Oh no. Oh, wait. No. That's a thing. And uh levels. There we go. Right? I think that's okay. I think it's somewhere there. Let me right there's a thing over here and we'll get started. And hello there, friends. It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world. Where's my button?
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Welcome back to the live stream. Today is June 18th, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I'm adjusting. I was having problems with my audio setup. I literally had sitting here. I bought myself a Christmas gift back in December, a new mixer, and the mixer I had was on its last legs, and you heard some of it not performing well over the last few weeks, and I finally swapped it out over the weekend, and I've been tuning and adjusting and trying to find the right levels for things, and I think we're just about there now. We'll see. Let's take a look. Let me say hello to the chat room. It's so good to see you. They're right over here. We're broadcasting live on YouTube and Twitch. Let me welcome in C Sharp Titan. Good to see you there. Hope you're having a good evening there in Australia. Mythin, hello. Thank you for the resub. 33 months with us. I'll make a donation to a tech charity, and I have to identify it. I'm sorry. Let me see. Continuing. Reg9K, good morning to you. Napalm with the Prime resub. Thank you so much for that. 25 months with us. Good morning to you. Hello. High Tech Redneck with the resub. 5 months with us on Prime. Appreciate it. Good morning to you. C Sharp Titan says, I've seen on Twitter that a lot of people leaving the Xbox division in Microsoft. I don't work with Xbox, so I can't tell you. Not sure. To camera or not to camera? We got the camera. We got the camera going. How you doing there, M. Pulowski? Hello. Your coworkers laugh about your audio issues like defaults being changed on their own. Look, when you've got a lot of audio devices on your system, things get weird in Windows. Like just a normal PC, you might have a microphone port on the front, an audio in on the back, and a speakers port on the front, and a left and right speaker port on the back. So maybe 5 or 6 connections. I have a full audio mixer here plugged in and wired up. This audio mixer has 14 channels. And because it's plugged in with USB, it's 14 channels each direction. So stuff's going to get a little weird. There's a lot coming and going, and we'll get used to it and figure that out over the next few days as I get some of this smoothed out here. How you doing there, D-Bone Surly Dev? Coding while I code. Awesome. That's great to hear. Happy Tuesday to you, Weird Beard Dev. Hello. Joko, welcome. Been a while since you caught a stream. Hello. Welcome in. VM Potato, you hate when a monitor sets itself to the default output. Yes. So there's technically right there's 14 channels, and I can choose to pull any of them, including the main mix. That's the 14th channel. So I've got feeds that I've got set up now where what I used to do is I would have separate audio devices going back into my PC that could isolate just this microphone. I don't have to do that anymore because I can pull just this microphone's channel and put it somewhere else. I can put it into different things. So for phone calls on Skype or Teams or Zoom or what have you, I can just pull just that microphone, right? Or I can pull the full mix when I want to bring in sounds from my second PC or from my stream decks and my sound effects. I can choose to change feeds and bring in the full feed and start to do some weird stuff there. All kinds of fun that we can have now. So Your feeds have feeds, right? See? Feed me! Oh, I missed you, friends. It's been a few days. I ran a stream on Sunday, and I liked running the stream on Sunday, because I think I think there's an opportunity to get some folks that haven't watched the stream in a while. Is that a shadow, or is that schmutz? I think it's a shadow. So I think there's an opportunity for us to find some new folks because it's the weekend. It's in the morning, and we can pick up on folks that have been staying up late and whatnot. So PowerShell Freak with the Prime sub. Now, why didn't we hear that? Did the alert even go off? 54 months with us. Thank you so much. My goodness, more than 4.5 years. Much appreciate, and I'll make a donation. Thank you so much. You use your boom mic for work, headset for gaming. Sometimes it sets a webcam mic as primary. I get that a lot. You were listening to me on a podcast on Lunchtime Cycle? On a podcast. Was it Blazer Puzzle? C# Titan asks, is it possible to only use Visual Studio Code to develop MAUI apps and web apps using Blazor? Or would you still need to use Visual Studio? It did go off. Okay, I missed it. Are the sound effects for the alerts going through the right feed? Probably not. Give me 1 second here. Oh. Where is it? It's going to be like over here, something like this. I need to check the monitor settings. But like I said, I've dropped in a brand new mixer, and like everybody else was saying, weird stuff happens with audio feeds. Just weird stuff happens. And I don't see it. Where the heck is? There's monitoring, and it's going to the wrong place. I need it on this one. So, no, didn't hear it. Oh, this is going to be fun. Turn that off. 1 second here. We're going to find this, get it fixed. I think, is it in? Yeah, I think it's over here. So, something I learned way early on. Is OBS can be set up to no. Oh, no, wait a sec. Hang on. Yeah, it's its own audio feed here. What? And consequently, you can abstract away things, which makes it interesting to be able to design and do things the way that we would with like object-oriented programming. Abstract away, hide things, inherit from other scenes, compose scenes. See, I heard that. That was from... give me 1 second. I'll talk to you about the logo. The hat... 1 second. Right, if I do...
Oh, my.
Now we got it. Let's see, the hat logo. Yeah. That was really loud.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
I thought I had that turned down. There we go. Yep, it's the Seattle Kraken secondary logo. This is their Space Needle on an anchor. So, how you doing there? RL Wakefield. Hello. So I'm getting used to resetting levels on a bit of what's going on here. Let me see. Yeah, we're good. I can pull that, all the social media stuff. So, let me go back to the question from C# Titan. Oh, I was on the Azure DevOps. Yeah, oh, yeah, that was a while ago I recorded that one. So C# Titan was asking, is it possible to use only Visual Studio Code to develop MAUI apps and web apps using Blazor? Yes, it is. You can absolutely do that. The question's going to be what you want to do with those MAUI apps. Is it an Android app? Is it an iPhone app? Is it a Windows app? If you're trying to do an Android app, you can do that everywhere. No problem, piece of cake. If you're trying to do a Windows app, you got to be on Windows. And you're going to be fighting with and dealing with Windows things. You can still build, you can still work at the command line. And of course, if you are building an iPhone app, at some point, you need a Mac so that you can build and deploy. That's an Apple requirement. That's not. You can build your MAUI app on Windows and Linux. You can do that, but at some point, you need a Mac in order to get to iOS. That's their requirement. That's not a constraint that MAUI puts on you, and that's not a constraint that MAUI or any other platform can solve. That's a requirement from Apple. Let me get some music playing in the background here. I'm going to go with the Stream Beats EDM playlist here, and we'll catch back up with chat. Let's start over here. Like I said, I'm getting used to the levels coming in from the other machine. This is Stream Beats by Harris Heller. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Use it wherever you'd like. Check it out, streambeats.com. This is the EDM playlist. It's really groovy to just kind of have in the background while we chat and have fun together. And this song is called Strike This. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together that we're listening to today. So, catching up. Hey, Thindall, good to see you. Ellie Facin and Joystick Nick. Hello. Yes, I did get a new mixer. Here, so I'm a big fan of Mackie mixers. And what this one is going to be able to do for me is out of control. This is the Mackie DLZ Creator. Okay? This thing is bonkers. So, Ellie Face Nick, you've probably seen a bunch of these features before, but some of this stuff is new to me. So, this has sampling. It has sample pads down the side here. You can see them lit up right here. It's got 14 channels going across, including the main mix. This I have plugged in with USB-C back into my main production machine here. And I can pull the main mix or any of these and use that as a feed anywhere. So then I can even remix on the PC things that are coming out of this. Okay? I can do all kinds of level setting and configuration using full touch screen up top here. I've got various audio levels here, so I can plug in up to 4 different pairs of headphones. I don't plug in 4 headphones. I actually plugged in out for these headphones so that I can push back audio into my second PC for work. So when I'm on Teams calls, I actually have the second volume knob here is the volume of my microphone going into Teams calls with work. The top one is my headphones that I'm listening on right now, and I'm not using the bottom 2. So a ton of configuration here, and that's just the beginning. It also has Bluetooth support. So you've seen me use Bluetooth wireless microphones. I can use those now and connect and put them on a channel, on one of these channels on the device, right into the mixer, okay? It has NDI out. So I can take whatever mix I want and push it over NDI into any device on my network, because this has a network jack on the back. So it's really set up for podcasters, right? You see how they promote, hey, look, you can do podcaster things. It's got a connector on the back so you can connect your phone. They promote that you can use your phone with Bluetooth so that you can have somebody call in and have the mixer answer and then port into and pipe that audio anywhere, both in and out, to the phone call. That's really cool. Each one of those external feeds in you can set up as a mix minus, so it'll receive going back everything except itself. So it'll do automatic mixing of the various incoming microphones over here, the 4 incoming microphones, assuming that they're 4 guests, they're 4 hosts on a podcast. So you can choose and say, well, this is the main host, make them the high priority in the mix. These 2 are the secondary hosts, and this is the comic relief, make them low. Or vice versa, or however you want to set that up. So I'm really happy with this. There you go. There's a good view of the back ports. So I have 2 XLRs plugged in right now. This mic and a lapel mic that's wired, so that I can appear to be speaking without this giant microphone in front of me. The left and right that I have plugged in here right now is my secondary machine, where I have the music you're hearing is coming in on that feed 5.6. The left and right, I'm not actually using this one right now. I mentioned headphone 1 is these headphones. Headphone 2 is my second PC over here. I don't have anything plugged in there. The USB-C is going into the studio machine here. I don't have the network plugged in yet because I don't know where I'm going to use NDI yet. There's an SD card here and USB-A, so you can record to a USB stick or to an SD card. Really cool. And, of course, power. So there is a firmware update, and I have to copy the firmware onto USB stick, plug it in, and literally from the screen install it. Tell it to open and install it. So, so far, I'm pretty happy with this. Lots of flexibility. Was real easy for me to set up. I just need to finish configuring the gains and the levels of things. So, that's what I've got. That's what I'm using now under the hood. Findall ran across something interesting. If you write an application with interactive auto, but you mess up and put all your components on the server, it'll work fine. It will. Yeah, when it hands over to WebAssembly, nothing works because it's not on the... Yep. Hey, Manoj, good to see you. It will render the initial state. Yep. So, Harris Hacker. C# Titan says the company that they left lost 3 more .NET developers, so only 1 is left. You've since started a new job as a tech lead. Nice. Congratulations. We can celebrate that. There we go. Very cool. So we did some back of the envelope numbers. They've basically just in deciding. So for those that weren't here, I'll go back to the main scene. For those that weren't here, C# Titan was sharing that their company that has 5 .NET developers, new director came in and said, all this .NET stuff, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to do Java. And they're 6 months into a project. Doing some back of the envelope numbers, by making that decision before anybody leaves the company, they've committed to wasting $600,000. With C# Titan leaving the company and now 3 other developers leaving the company, the time it's going to take to hire new developers, teach them about the application, start writing the new application, is going to be another few months. So now not only have you delayed the release of the application by 6 months because you're throwing away what you did over the last 6 months, now they're delaying at least another month to hire them. Probably another month after that to get them ramped up on it. So now you've lost 8 months. You're out to about $1 million that you have literally thrown away because you decided to change technology. Now, it doesn't matter if you're going Java to .NET, .NET to Java, Java to Go, .NET to JavaScript, what have you. You literally threw away $1 million. Let that set in for a little bit. How many of us would still have a job if you made a decision that cost the company $1 million? You better see some real savings or real profit coming in, real income coming in that's going to be more than $1 million. Is this application going to make you more than $1 million additional to what it was going to do before because of the tech decision you made? These are the things that we as technologists need to understand and appreciate when we say, oh my gosh, did you see new technology XYZ is over here? We should go do that. Right? There was a lot of questions out there when there was a couple job postings from Microsoft about using Rust and hiring Rust language developers. See, Microsoft can bring in 2 or 3 developers in a language, try something out. And if it doesn't work out after 3 to 6 months, they can move on and say, okay, well, we're going to do something else. They can do that. Like, it's not $1 million commitment or changeover. It's a test and an investigation, and a software company that is trying to get ahead. That's a good thing. You as whatever company organization making a $1 million decision like that, that's pretty hard. RL Wakefield, changing topics here, has a question regarding ASP.NET app they're building. All right, here we go. Let's do it. One thing of building, pulling, pushing, and configuration from IIS itself. Okay. The problem is that in order to do so, the account running my web app inside of IIS, so IIS, Internet Information Server, the web server that ships with Windows, has to have the user running the app pool be an administrator to the whole server. Why? That's a mistake. That's a problem right there. Stop everything. No, you're doing something wrong. Stop. Don't go any further. Why does that need to be an administrator? What is your app doing that it needs to be an administrator? The app pool should not have to be an administrator. You've got something wrong there. What is running in your application that app pool needs to be an administrator? Stop the music. Let's talk turkey here for a second, okay? As a developer, unless you're building an application that modifies the system, you should never, ever, never. Can I turn on reverb? Do I have reverb on this? Never. Did it do it? Do I have reverb? I don't think I have reverb. It says I do. It says the reverb send is turned on. Is it? Are you getting reverb? I can't tell. You should never... I don't think the reverb's actually working. No. Yeah, no reverb. It says it is. I'm going to have to read about that. You should never, as a developer, have an application that needs admin. I'm going to go one further. If you're an admin and you have an application that requires admin rights, delete it. Remove it. In today's world, in 2024, no application on your system should need admin rights at all. Nothing. There are few exceptions, and they ship with the operating system. You should never have super user rights. You should never have any significant rights on your system. Because here's the deal, the developer that wrote that application then, the developer team, is probably, it has the rights, has the capabilities then to interact with and do anything they want on your system. And as a system administrator, no. What rights does that application need? So RL Wakefield, talk to the developers. What rights does it need? Does it need read, write, maintain access to a folder where it's managing content? Where it's reading and writing files? That's okay. Let's create a role for that. Create a user that's in that role and grant that role access to that folder. What things is the application doing? That's where we need to investigate and work through this. So this is something that we're going to need to spend more time with, and we're going to get into more and more here. Let me see here. Hey, Vasto Coder. Would be cool if I have the time to update the blog with my stream setting. What do I think? I could. Now that I've got a new mixer in here and I've got additional things set up, I could. It's a very low priority for me. I've literally got 3 other applications that I'm building. One that has a hard deadline, TagZap. Another that I think I know the surveys that I've run, and I've mentioned it briefly on stream. I've shared the idea with a couple folks. I've shared it briefly with Joystick Nick and Ellieface. But I'm not going to talk too much about it because I need to get a little bit of a jump on folks and release this thing and be like, surprise, look what it does. Because I'm not going to get into that. So my tag, that's coming. I spent a bunch of time working on that this weekend. I need to get back into C# on the cards. That's like priority number 3 for me to record for. Updating that blog post is not something that I can do quickly because the quality that I want of taking pictures and showing things and describing it's just going to take me time to write, and it's a lower priority for me right now. Yeah. And I'm not trying to pick on your scenario, RL Wakefield, but as a general feedback to developers, to administrators, we need to live in a world where even if you set up test accounts and test servers, they do not need system admin access. You as a developer don't need system admin access. You need power user access. You need to be able to elevate your permission occasionally to system admin access. But your default user that you have on your Windows machine, your Mac, your Linux machine, you do not need to be super user or administrator. Yeah. How you doing there, Dead Robot Dev? Hello. What would I call just being behind the bleeding edge? The scabbing edge? No. I'd call it practical, is what I'd call it, Findall. You're doing stuff that's necrotic edge. Oh, I'm sorry. You're working on machines from the 1980s. Yeah, they might as well scrap that project. You're right, Weird Beard Dev. The cost and schedule overruns are ridiculous. Thinking back to the project C# Titan described. Fixing all the issues previous developers accounted for that the new ones might not. Oh yeah, that's part of that cost adjustment of turning over your team and changing technologies. There's things that they're taking advantage of that are built into, in this case, .NET, that might not be there in Java or Spring or whatever framework they're choosing that they need to account for. or there's features that behave differently in Java or Spring that they need to account for. And now that they don't have developers there that can show them and share that tribal knowledge of, oh yeah, we built it this way to help with X, Y, and Z, that tribal knowledge is out the window. You've lost that. You've wasted $1 million now because you've turned over the team. You need to rehire, and the delay in releasing the software. Did it beep? Get beeped. Is any of that? Is that patching through? I don't think it's patching through. Oh, you know what? I don't have. There it is. Yeah. You know what? That's better. That worked that time. So, they might as well outsource it at this point. Even then, you're not going to hire a consulting firm in 2 weeks. Good luck. $1 million, that's Joystick Nick's hourly rate. I like it. Let's hire him. Small shops needs to standardize on the tech to have expertise. Totally agree. Then you can move developers around. And picking a tech stack like .NET or Java makes sense. You've got a lot of experts in both of those spaces, and it becomes easy to swap folks in and out. And between building desktop apps, servers, front-end user interface, you've got a nice middle-of-the-road set of technology that folks can adapt and use appropriately. The good old days of people putting eval calls in their PHP. Oh, dude. Hey, Steve-O. My gosh, I'm so far back here. Sandboxing exists for a reason. Containers do this very, very well. Polyglot is hard to maintain and expensive. So, Steam Updater doesn't need admin. Doesn't. It needs to be able to write to the program files directory every now and again when it does the update. And that's something that you can grant access to. Just don't run on servers on Windows. No. Come on, Napalm. On your previous job, you had 100 Git repos you were responsible for. Dear Lord. Wow. In Linux, you don't get DLL hell, you get SO hell. In Linux, there's no permission problem because we all run as root. Now cut that out. Come on now. Hey, Baspian. Hello, good morning. You're still playing around with Aspire, created a separate library to handle services. Cool. One of them calls a remote GraphQL server to grab some data from it. Is there a way to add those calls to show up in Aspire? Oh, yeah. Baspian. Oh, yeah. Let's head back over here. Let me show you. Let's open Tags app, and we can tinker with the code in there, and I can show you this, even though it's going to be some fake code that I'll remove later. Yep, look at that. I had to change my configuration because I was doing some demo code recording. So let me put my tabs back on the right. Much better. App host up here. So it was great seeing our friends Ellie Face and Joystick Nick. Thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate you joining us. Hope you're having a good morning. I need to find my way back out to Lancaster at some point. So you want to add a reference to a web resource somewhere out there? So I believe... Right, there is a... Yeah, there it is. With endpoint. No, it's not with endpoint. Hang on. I just learned about this the other night. No, where is it? Is it, no. External API equals builder. It's like add endpoint. It's not resource. I don't remember where it is. I was just looking at this in the Aspire. Let's look at Aspire GitHub and look at my history. No. It was an issue. No. I like that. That was mine, but no. No. I don't remember, and those are all mine. That's annoying. So let's just go github.com.net Aspire. And there was an issue that I was looking at. It was like with external API or something like that. No. Shoot. Go away, you. Where was it? No. This was an issue somebody talked about yesterday. And I don't see it. Give me a second here. Let me look in my history. I was looking at this yesterday and I thought that's really cool. And no offense, I'm not showing you my GitHub history. Search history, GitHub. No. GitHub.com.net Aspire. Where'd it go? Resource for external APIs. There it is. That's the one. This. I think this is what you're looking for. So you're connecting to a remote GraphQL server to grab some data. Is there a way to model this so they show up in Aspire? So this person wanted to set up some sort of an API resource. So you can just say with reference, name and pass in a URI. So check this out. Let me go back over here. Right. Right. I could say with reference, and I could call this GitHub. Right. New URI, and it's right API GitHub.com. So now it has a reference to this external API that's modeled here, and it'll appear in the traces, right? It's clearly pointing to something else. And I'm pointing to that location, and I think it passes that in and we'll be able to see it. I haven't tried this, and I haven't wired anything up to it yet. So there's the dashboard. And if I look at, yep. So there's Tags app trying to start up. So it's not going to show up as a type. However, there's the GitHub service down here at the bottom. The API that it's connected to so that I can configure it from outside. But it should be available then in the traces when you start to go connect with it. It's not going to show up as another resource because you don't control it, right? These things here are all things that we control. So it'll at least give you some indication that it's connecting over to those references to that object and allow you to build the discovery for it, right? So it'll help you be able to swap in a different URI later, but it's not going to give you any kind of tracking of what's going on that. So, just because your mainframe is written in COBOL, Lou, yeah. There is a COBOL.net. Don't joke about that. There is a COBOL.net. I am dead serious. Is there a COBOL in .net? Yes. So Fujitsu is who's doing it. Fujitsu Micro Focus introduced object-oriented COBOL compilers that target .NET framework. So, yeah. Yeah. I'll share this link if you want to see more about that, adding a reference to an external resource. You only need the COBOL language. It's not only the COBOL language that needs support, it's the myriad of different runtimes. Totally. Yes. That's why .NET becomes interesting. Python's not old. Python's not old. Go back to Wikipedia. Do. 1991, 33 years. That's not old. It's not. C++, 1985, 39 years ago. I can continue. Fortran, 1957. They've been around a while, man. .NET is going to be 25 years old next year. So, Haskell from 1990. Lisp, yeah. Not a problem, Baspian. That's what I do on this stream. That's what makes me different from a lot of the other live streamers is we're actually going to figure that stuff out here live. Chris Funk. Now, why didn't I get that alert? We should have gotten that alert. Thank you so much. 36 months, and I'll make another donation. Where is that Stream Elements alerts? There it is. Right? Monitor only. It's there. Let's see. You see my VS Code that I have those helper tags that tell you what the parameter is. It's not VS Code, that's full Visual Studio. And yes, that's not an extension. That's a feature of Visual Studio. Right, that is... No. Not formatting. Parameter information. That's what that is. Hang on, that's statement completion. 1 second. No. Hang on. It's not code lens. It's like somewhere down in here. Like I saw somebody turn this on. I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Inline parameter name hints, inline hints, these type hints. That's what this is right here. Turning that on tells you the names of things when I put var in front of it and source. And as an instructor, as somebody who's trying to make it easier for folks to learn, when I create anonymous types or I use the var keyword, even though I don't need to see the type there, it's important for me to make sure that you, maybe it's not specifically you, but somebody else, can see that.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
So, any idea how Aspire handles sidecars? What do you mean by sidecar? How do you break up a monolith? Do you use a sledgehammer or a scalpel? Scalpel. Since someone got C# and IL working on Win 3.0, nothing surprises you? Yeah. They've got C# working on a Commodore 64. You're looking for Aspire to show you the calls from the HTTP client so you can inspect the HTTP header? I got you. Hang on. Stand by. I got you. So I'm going to go over it and I'm going to show you... I'm going to show you a demo that I'm actually teaching next week. Yeah. This is in a public repo, so I'm not really hiding anything here. This is a demo that I'm teaching as part of Let's Learn Aspire next Thursday. This is called... I got frustrated with that stupid weather demo that ships with the .NET code. That all it does is randomly generate some numbers. So I said, let's actually use a real weather station, right? Like, pony up here, friend, step up to the bar, we're going to do the real thing. And I did. I created a weather app that actually connects to the National Weather Service. Connects to the U.S. National Weather Service. There's a free open API endpoint there that you can use to query and interact with all of their observation stations. More than 360 of them. So I wrote a little grid here in Blazor so that we can set up and filter and look for weather stations like Philadelphia. And it makes a request to the National Weather Service and shows you, here's the weather. Now, here in the States, of course, we use freedom units for temperature, right? We use Fahrenheit. So, highs in the lower 90s Fahrenheit, right? These are the descriptions that it gives you coming out of that service. Now, here's where this plugs into your question, Baspian. I'm making a request from this website into an API, and that API makes a request over to the National Weather Service. This API, I put an output cache in front of so that I can limit the number of times I actually make the request out to the National Weather Service. Because the forecast only updates once every 15 minutes. So when you make a request for the weather, cache it for 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to go build that again. But I can look at my trace and I can see exactly that request out to the National Weather Service. I didn't have to add anything to this. I didn't have to configure anything. All I did was add service defaults inside of my API. No, not you. So inside of my API that has the Endpoints Explorer, that has my National Weather Service connections in here, that knows how to go and use the HTTP client to go make requests for the list of all the zones. Where all the observation locations. Go get that weather forecast, right? I tell it to cache that for 15 minutes. But by adding builder add service defaults, it gives me the ability to see this. And I can view logs on that request And let's put this side by side. Right, and I can see there's the full URL. There's information about the resource, right? The request method, status code, network version. I can add more information in here if I want. This is just the default stuff that it comes with. So we could extend that, right? Because you want to know headers and that kind of thing. So if I go down into service defaults, right? Configure HTTP client, add the resilience handler. No, I don't want to go into there. Wasn't that one. I think it's in here. No, that's the configuration stuff that they added. I can configure the logger so that it includes that extra information if I wanted to. Right? And I can explore then, and it'll bring back more of that information, I believe. Plus, you could also put telemetry calls around that go out to your API. I put it in here. Right, so I wrap the get inside of a class here so that I can change this out later if I want to, right? Because it's I would normally put this in front behind an interface, but I didn't for this demo. But yeah, there it is. So go get that async. There it is. Right? I could wrap this in an OpenTelemetry activity and log all the things that are coming and going on the HTTP client so that it appears as an entry, right? I don't know all the specifics how to do that yet, so we'll learn that and get that built later. But that appears by default just by adding add service defaults. So, I make you feel old by reminding you that .NET is 25 years old. It's going to be the 15-year anniversary of .NET Conf next year also. So, sidecar containers, if you want to run a logging agent or something beside a service, you can absolutely do that, right? Var some other container equals builder add container, right? I can do that. And tag latest. Right? And if I restart that, it'll bring in, and now that container is sitting out there. But you probably want to pass some information about that container into other things so that those other things know how to connect and work with that container. Right? Why did it fail to start? Unable to find image RavenDB latest. Is it RavenDB/RavenDB? Is that what I'm thinking? Do I need to do that? Let's get that started. I hate that weather demo also, and that's why I think I wanted to, and why I wanted to build something that was more real, so that you actually saw it connect out and work with something. There it is. And I didn't set up any endpoints, so it's not doing anything, but there's the log. Right? There's all kinds of configuration that you have to set up RavenDB with. Right, so I could put this over here, and right, I can set up volume, environment variables to pass in and whatnot. The HTTP endpoints. Isn't there just another with endpoint? Yeah. So I can set up the various endpoints and configure it here. That said, I wouldn't do that. No, I didn't want to hit restart. Oh, darn it. Thank you. I would wrap that up in a class. I would wrap that up in a class the way that... Did I do it in Aspirify? Did I do it while I was showing this off? I might have. No, I didn't. And I don't think it was Big Bad Blog. Where did I put it? Maybe it was Tags App. I don't know. I don't know these things. I'm working on too much junk. Yeah, there it is. Right? I wrote a method, add database, that wraps up all the things for it. So I would write an extension method in another class that has all the configuration for that series of containers that you want Aspire to launch and manage for you. And then you can, right, you can do things in here, like also say, builder environment, no. I've done this a couple times. What is it? Builder configuration. Oh, come on. No. I don't remember where I did it. I've got too many of these things laying around. Sure. I know I did something like that in here. Where the heck is that post? It's right there. You can do stuff. There it is. Execution context. Right? So over here, right, if builder execution context, yeah, there we go, is run mode, right, and do different things based on whether you're running on the developer's workstation or if you're publishing the application. Because AppHost runs in only two modes. I'm actually actively developing, or I'm using this with Aspirate or AZD or the AWS Cloud SDK, the CDK, to deploy an application. That publish mode. Aspire isn't actually running and executing your code. It's setting up a manifest so that those other things can consume and publish. So you have run mode and publish mode. So I would absolutely hide the logic. Hide's probably the wrong word. I would abstract the logic into a method, put it in another class somewhere, and be able to just bring it in and say, add this thing. Then I can reference and use it in other places. Mythin says, hey Jeff, in terms of developing a Blazor web application, how would you choose either standalone WebAssembly or Blazor Pages, the app service on Azure? I think you mean the static server, the server-side rendered application. If I'm doing something that's external facing, my first answer is do static server rendered. Do server-side rendering. Do that first and foremost for whatever you have on the landing page that folks are visiting. Because even if you're doing interactive server, I don't care. Don't do interactive server on the front page. If you go to aspirify.net, that loads that quickly because it's output cached, it's response cached, and it's tuned to deliver content very, very quickly because everything is cached on the server. It's not until you actually get into the application where you're going to do interactive things that I start lighting up WebAssembly server side, interactive server things. So the question that I start to ask is, when do you need interactive elements? I've built pieces of this that are interactive server that I'm regretting, because interactive server right now on Azure Container Apps is a little flaky. Even though I have sticky sessions turned on, it'll still bounce me around between different containers, because the runtime will just knock down containers when it feels like it, even though I've got sticky sessions turned on. So I really like server-side rendering. I would turn on interactive WebAssembly with pre-rendering on the server, right? That's pre-rendering, comes in the box. You don't have to do anything extra for it. It's turned on by default. I would turn on WebAssembly where you need interactive, because during that first visit to the front page, it'll start caching in the background, all the interactive WebAssembly stuff. So every time I do a file new project, Microsoft will send you a sensor. No. Hey, SR Akuma. Yeah, easy. It's easy. Yes, I am using the .NET 8 reliability stuff. It's built into Aspire, so. If you use Aspire correctly, your cloud bill will be more efficient. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I'll go back to here in Aspirify. What the heck is this? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Is that the regions? That's kind of cool. In the configuration of this, the way that Aspire sets up by default, this is a great example right here. It adds Redis as a container on Azure Container Apps, and that might be okay for you. However, for Aspirify, I want it to hold for 6+ hours a cached version of the front page. There's no reason to rebuild it until I push new content. When new content is pushed, then flush the cache and rebuild it. But until that time, I want a long-running cache out there. Well, that long-running cache running in Azure Container Apps costs money. However, if I publish it as a connection string and tell it to go use the Azure Redis service, instead of it costing me $50-$60 to run that container for a month, it costs me $10. I'm saving $40. I'm running it, and I'm actually sharing it with 3 other applications because it holds 250 meg, and quite frankly, I'm throwing 100K in there. Don't care. Load it up. Output cache everything. Same thing with Postgres. I think I have Postgres in here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So, right, I tell it to add Postgres, but when it gets to Azure, publish it as Postgres Flexible Server. Same thing. Postgres Flexible Server is always running and costs me $10-$15 a month instead of $50-$60 a month to run the container. Fantastic. Run that one instead. So there's choices you can make that have pluses and minuses. It's up to you to decide which one works for you. Cheaper isn't necessarily better. So, and coming up, we're about, 2.5 hours from the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up. Our friend John Galloway has invited me to join him and talk about how and why and some of the build decisions of making Aspirify.net, and talk about how those pieces fit together. Coming up. Yep, we're still promoting Factor for the next week. So if you use that coupon you see in chat, you'll get 50% off your first order from Factor. It's only available in the lower 48 United States. Big thanks to the folks at Factor for sponsoring the stream. Many separate services, higher base cost, but better scaling. Depends on how you deploy it, but yes, the scaling capabilities are possible. Hey, possibly Max, hello. Dapper has with Dapper Sidecar. You can set up Dapper with Aspire as well. It's not something that I use, but it's doable, yes. Looking forward to the new extensions in .NET 9, properties and statics. Yeah, there's new language features over there. I'm not sold on them yet. I'll dig more into them as we get later in the summer and we start getting close to a release candidate. So, John loves community. Yes. All right. We've talked about a whole bunch of stuff. My goodness. I want to dive back into TagsApp here. I want to dive back in and take a look. What the heck? No. All right. I see you, Hat Stand. I see you out there. Let's go back to TagsApp. Let's see if we can pick up where we left off and start working on separating out. We were separating out configuration on this. So yeah, there's TagsApp, and done making changes in there. I forget where we left off, so I mean, I guess we can take a look back out here, take a look at the branch. There's no branch. It's because I didn't push it yet. Should probably set up the pull request. Should probably do that. This one. Thank you. Yes, I know. Show me my log. Yes, what's my 4 commits? What did I do? Tagged, update to latest packages. Well, that tells me nothing. And now I'm sad. I don't know what that is. What the heck did I change? What did I change? I don't know what I'm even doing here. I'm not interested in Dapper either, quite frankly. What did we... No. What was that? I'm looking here. Really? Okay. Sure. What else? External login Razor? What did I change in there? That's nothing. Oh, the assign admin stuff, yes. And we started removing some of the other configuration stuff. I should have saved this when we left last time. What kind of an animal doesn't save their stuff to source control? Let's talk about that for a second. Hang on. Started removing other configurations. Let's back up for a second. There was a discussion on Twitter, and I know both of these creators. One of them was a member of the Live Coders, and she got upset and left. That's her decision. And they were talking about learning Git. And the one creator, who's quite famous, has hundreds of thousands of followers on and subscribers on Twitch and YouTube, and quite frankly is a pompous jerk. There's a number of folks that are pompous jerks that broadcast on YouTube and Twitch, and I'm happy to call them out because they are, and they know it. And what's funny is the act goes away when you see these people in person. Completely goes away because they know they have nothing to hide behind because they're not in front of their camera. But this windbag decided to say that if you didn't learn Git in college, you're not a real developer. If you didn't take the time to learn Git because you didn't learn it in college, you're not a real developer. And that shows how exclusive this person is. That shows what a quite frankly, jerk who's not interested in helping you they are. Because here's the thing. Every developer has a different experience. Every person has different experiences. Not everybody learns the same things in school. They may have learned some things differently. They may have learned some different things and maybe better in some topics, some skills than you. So how about instead of gatekeeping, you take your attitude and shove it and tell people how they can learn those things. Because you're an and you're not interested in helping the community. You're interested in getting more subscribers. You're not interested in building things. You built one application that, quite frankly, was a grift. And you've done nothing since. You've been building a YouTube channel. Dongareth, same. Git didn't exist when I was in college. The way to share and have source control when I was in college was copy your source code onto a floppy disk and put that extra floppy disk onto 2 floppy disks. Put that extra floppy disk back in your backpack so that if something happens to the first one, you have the other one. That was source control. And the concept of source control was foreign. We started doing source control because we were also in chemistry class, in chemistry labs. And in chemistry labs, you have a notebook. You have a notebook that has a carbon sheet in it, so that as you're taking your notes, it was making a duplicate copy on a second piece of paper underneath that carbon sheet. So in chemistry lab, you had source control. You had a backup for all of your notes because you would tear out the front page of notes and turn it in with your assignment. You still had your copy of notes because it was the carbon copy underneath. So we wanted to do source control. So, Eric, remind me when I get done this rant. We'll come back to your question. So, these people that say you didn't learn Git, take your 2010 college graduation and shove it. And I'm happy to tell you that to your face. Different folks have different experiences. And it's okay to teach folks or point them in a direction where they can learn new things. Part of being inclusive is also being accepting of different folks' experiences. Being welcoming and appreciating that different folks learn different things from you. I could probably run circles around half the people in chat in Fortran 77. Does that mean a hill of beans today? No. But I spent a semester learning Fortran 77. I spent another semester working with and using that in class. And I still remember Fortran 77. Is that worth anything today? No, but it's a different experience that I had that at some point might be valuable. It could be. You never know. But it's not something that I'm going to hold over people and say, you didn't learn Fortran, so you don't exactly know how these things work. I spent time and learned how to code on punch cards. It was more of an archaeological experience of how things used to be. My father has shared with me punch cards that programmed the local community college's course scheduling system. He wrote the original course scheduling system in Fortran for the local community college. And he has the program in a stack of punch cards in his office still, and he keeps it as a memento. They clearly don't use that system now. But I've learned it, and I know how to read those. Is it something that I'd want to use? No. But I'm not going to hold it over, folks. I'm going to share that this is the way we used to do things. It's something that's interesting that might affect a way that we do something in the future. Different folks have different experiences. Welcoming and accepting those different experiences is incumbent on you as an educator and an influencer. And if you don't do that, you're... I love using my new bleep. You are nothing to improve this community. Go away. You are an entertainer and nothing more. And if that's what you want to do, great. That's fine. That's not what benefits our technical community. That doesn't help folks. That doesn't teach them. That doesn't educate them. Go be Howard Stern somewhere else. What about Perforce and ClearCase? Totally. Fuel Snable, right? Visual Source Save. Totally. These are other experiences that other folks use, and they have different purposes, and they control and store different files, different resources differently. I can insult you to all high heaven because you don't know Perforce? How dare you get involved in this industry and not know Perforce? Be gone. You learned Subversion in college, says ConnectQ. Haven't used Subversion since. Subversion at the time, before Git, was a really good source control system. And before that, CVS. Concurrent version, system? Really nice. Git, with the way that it resolves and manages things, very valuable. Lots of folks like using that. Git wasn't a thing 20 years ago. Totally, Thindall. Dongareth started with CVS, migrated to Subversion, and then to Git. Yeah, and the migrations, right? Do you remember there was a CVS Subversion bridge, and then there was a Git Subversion bridge so that you could migrate your stuff and use the two source control systems together? Floppies, network shares, Subversion, Team Foundation server, and then Git. Yeah. Raventhorn, absolutely. We have code bros now. They're jerks. They're gatekeepers. They don't want you writing code. They don't want you building anything and being successful. You're outside of San Francisco, you're nothing. We're not even going to consider looking at you or the things that you do. Quite frankly, you see a little bit of this from the folks at Apple and Google. You see a little bit of this. Yeah, I remember them too, Junie. Punch cards. Your coworker started with punch cards. Yeah. Mercurial, right? Oh my gosh. Mercurial and Git were two sides of the same coin. Very similar in feature set. And Mercurial has pretty much fallen by the wayside. You just left a company that still uses Fortran. Reg. Oh, Reg. Whew. HAL 9000 does lip reading. Well, that was a thing. Yeah, a lot of folks in Northern California are very gatekeepy, and they right, there's a reality distortion field around Northern California where if it's not invented there, it's garbage. Yeah, totally. So, hey, Chris Jones, hello. You missed a rant. And I have no problem ranting and taking them down and happy to argue with them if that ever came to be. Hey, Mary Jo. The gatekeeping of you don't know Git. How do you consider yourself a developer? Like, come on now. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. That doesn't help anyone. So, tribalism is a major disservice. Yeah. You can clip it. You can absolutely clip it, GS Vault. Is that like the distortion field in Florida where you can prevent hurricanes by shooting them? You can launch a nuclear missile into hurricanes in Florida. And you can change the path of them with a Sharpie on a map. So, idiots. You have no time for people with egos when it comes to code. Yeah, totally. You and your code are two different things. I used to have a real problem with this, okay? Where folks would criticize the code I wrote, the application I wrote, and I would take it personally. It's something that I see in a lot of folks that are newer to the tech field. Your code is not you. It's okay for things to be improved, changed, enhanced, and folks to offer feedback on that. They're not criticizing you. They're trying to help your application, your system improve. That's not a bad thing. Learn from it. I mentioned this over the weekend on Twitter. The number one thing that you as a developer can do is learn how to learn. How do you learn best? Do you read documentation? Do you read other folks' source code? Do you watch videos? Do you listen to podcasts? How do you learn best? Figure that out and then lean into it. I learn best by reading other folks' source code and documentation, and I can learn really fast off of it. That's what makes me good at being a teacher, at instructing and building things live, because I can write code, read it, talk, and do other things, and learn from all of that, all at the same time. Other folks aren't as good at that, and that's okay. It knows what this hat is. It does. It showed it. Oh my. The folks that are out there telling you you're not a good developer if you don't do technology X. You see a ton of this from folks saying you're not a good developer if you don't do JavaScript. And the folks in the DevRel space are garbage for this too. They are so exclusive on JavaScript, it's not even funny. Hey, you're not using React? You're not using this service with React? Well, how do you consider yourself a web front-end developer? They're awful with it. And the thing is, there's millions of developers outside of their little corner of the world that they just shut out and are never going to listen to them again. Okay. So, it's okay to say, I like these things. It's not okay to say, you're not good enough. You're not you're not welcome. No. That doesn't help anybody. And there's a lot of that going on. And I'm sad that somebody that I consider a friend got gatekept by this influencer and drug through the mud to his hundreds of thousands of followers. It's garbage. It's Bush League. It's somebody who's literally in this to get paid and to get famous. And I'm disappointed in the parts of our community that watch him and encourage that behavior. Because it doesn't help anyone except for him. And quite frankly, you will never see them or anybody with that persona show up at any of my events. Ever. And I will say it to their face. You're an and that's not what we do here. So, you went to the Cali for the first time last year, wasn't impressed? Totally agree. Not impressed. The income tax just for me stepping into California is not worth me going to California. It's not. Let's see. There was a time when you were a young developer, you took a bug found by QA very personally. Same. I used to have a real hard time talking to my quality assurance department. I made friends with them, and I broke out of an adversarial relationship that I had with several members of the QA department. It took work, but we got there. It took maturing on my part. I grew. I learned. I benefited from that. Don't be a jerk. Nobody likes that, and it's a good way to find your way out. It's a good way to find your way out of a company, is to be a jerk to your coworkers. Everyone learns things differently. Yes, that's right, Raventhorn. That's why our public school system has problems. Okay. One learning method is not superior to others. Totally agree with that. I look at concepts like Common Core math versus just memorize your times table. Just memorize the multiplication table up to 10 times 10. Memorize it. I taught my kids how to memorize it. They're in 3rd grade. They had the times table memorized. And on the test one of my kids got, they had the problem, what's 7 times 7? They knew what it was because they memorized the timetable. So they wrote down 49. Teacher marked it wrong because they didn't do the Common Core math grouping and draw a square of 7 things and count them. That's hogwash. Memorize it. 49. Boom. Done. Like, when you're at the grocery store and you're getting 4 jars of soup at $5 a piece, I'm not putting them down in a square and counting by 5s on those jars of soup. No. 4 times 5 is 20. Boom. Done. Like, come on now. The JavaScript code brothers drive me nuts as well. Yep. How much code out there in the world is prototype presented as production? That happens a lot, Eric. That happens even more thanks to a little bit of the Scrum practices, where folks will run a sprint, prototype something, and say, okay, what do you think of this? And a manager will say, ship it. Like, hang on, this isn't production ready. Doesn't matter, ship it. Like, somebody needs to be able to stand up and say, no, you can't do that. And that's hard to do. Sometimes. You need strong management to help you with that. One of the QA members took you under the wing. Cool. In Sweden, you do 12 by 12. I was going to say 12 times tables. I learned my 12 times tables. I actually learned 20 times tables by the end of 3rd grade, all the way up to 20 by 20. And you should totally learn it. Like, if you're in college and you're in any of the sciences and you don't have your times tables memorized, like, the 10 by 10 times table, I think everybody should know. You should know. There are folks who have learning challenges that might not be able to get it, and that's okay, because quite frankly, everybody has a calculator in your pocket. But there should be some number of the times tables that thinking folks know. Right? So, 10 by 10 in 3rd grade, I think is fine to encourage kids to memorize. Dennis Leary did a song about that. He did a number of great songs. If code fails, it fails. Nobody's perfect. Yep. And that's where I really like writing unit tests, because then I can write a unit test that shows that exercises the way that my QA department said, oh, this doesn't work. So then when I fix it and they come back and say, oh, no, it's broken, unit test says it still works. You changed something. So there was a news item of a school teacher counting a word wrong on a test because the poor kid used a different word that's regional. That's awful. You had all the times tables to 20 memorized by second grade. That's awesome, high-tech redneck. That's really cool. In my part of the States, we learn our times tables in third grade. So to have them in second grade, that's fantastic. To have 10 by 10 in third grade, I think is a valid guidepost to target. You had a teacher tell you, Apollo, that I had to memorize a certain amount of numbers for pi. What? No, because it's infinite and it's a waste of time. Never had a reason to memorize it. I can see memorizing maybe the first 3 or 4 digits of pi. Certainly for the first 2. 3.14 I think is easy for folks. Even remembering Pi Day then, right? 3.14, March 14th. Kind of, for most folks, 314 is enough to know about pi, to have memorized, right? The next 3 or 4 digits, you're kind of showing off at that point. Further than that, impressive. How fast can you solve a Rubik's Cube? It's the same thing. It could have been third. It's hard to keep. Yeah. Totally. I only remember because third grade was very impressionable for me. Third grade was a major change in our schools. They closed two of the 5 elementary schools in the school district, and we had a bunch of new kids come in, and they reorganized third grade. So instead of having 2 teachers, we had 4 teachers at one school building, and it made everything so much different and crazier. So I'm running low on coffee. I need to be careful. So we're going to be joining our friend John Galloway. We're going to raid over to the ASP.NET community stand-up at. It'll be 1 p.m. Eastern, 1700 UTC, right? Do I have that right? Yeah. When we raid over there to join him and have a good time talking about Aspirify.net. 1900 Amsterdam time. Man, I need to get to Amsterdam at some point. I was supposed to go there for TwitchCon in 2020, and then pandemic happened. But there's so many of you that are in Amsterdam that I really need to visit there. Yeah, about 2 hours or so. A little bit more than 2 hours. You used to like creative writing, had a teacher encourage it, encourage your mom, try and get you a computer. Yeah. Tekorama? Maybe. Oh, wow. That's really cool, Raventhorn. Okay. The problem with Tekorama is it's right up against .NET Conf. Like, October is pretty much a no-go for me to travel to events. It's harder for me to do that. I was able to sneak out for DevReach last year at the end of October because we had already gotten past the point of the planning and logistics for .NET Conf that I literally am working on now. We were past the point that I was working on those things, and we were in the point where the tactical strategic things were happening. The tactical things, the day of planning was coming together, and I didn't need to be around for that. So I could just get the reports from my project team and advise appropriately. But trying to do things earlier in October, that's hard for me to do. That's hard. So you'll never see me at GitHub Universe for that reason. You'll never see me at Microsoft Ignite on its current schedule for that reason, because they're at the same time. They're close enough to .NET Conf that I'm going to be at .NET Conf. It's just the thing. Do I do Advent of Code around the holidays? I don't, Apollo. And let me tell you why. I see Advent of Code as low-hanging fruit for tech creators. Something easy for a live coder, somebody that wants to get their feet wet on Twitch or on YouTube. Something that they can create content around easily. And I don't want to compete with them. I want to encourage them to try that out and have a good time exploring, learning, and doing those things. So I don't want to do it around the holidays so that it gives them a space to create some of that content. Johan asks, was Ignite and .NET Conf at the same time last year? Yes, they were the same week. And the gentleman who made the decision to schedule Ignite for that week, he was fired the week after. I'm still with the company. You can read into that as you will. But he was dismissed the week after. Raven Thord says, side ranto, I feel that everyday code that people still have to do is being drowned out by AI sessions. I do, Raven Thorn. I do agree with you. Don't get me wrong. AI has a place in the new things that we're doing to build and enhance, make you more productive, add new features into your applications to make our end users more productive and do new things. You are totally right that the everyday things that we need to do are being pushed aside for more AI content. As a conference organizer, I can absolutely tell you, yes, they are. And that's a decision that folks are making. That's their decision. I patently disagree with it. You're going to see how much I disagree with it coming up in early 2025. I've got plans. Catching up here. Surly Dev says, I assume .NET Conf was scheduled before the dates for Ignite were announced. Yeah. The dates for .NET Conf for the next 3 years are pretty much known. They're pretty much known. Second Tuesday of November every year. Book it. 3 days. Second Tuesday, that Wednesday, that Thursday. Book it. That's when .NET Conf is. You can pretty much bet on it for the next 3 years. That said, next year is a significant anniversary. We might try and do something a little bit different with those dates. Apparently you're a conference organizer. You are a little bit, Thindall. A little bit. So it's okay being a conference chair. That's a cool thing. To help out and organize and plan. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. You're on the board? Fantastic. That's great. Congratulations. Since like a few weeks ago. Even better. Oh my goodness. We got to celebrate that. Absolutely. Great stuff. Cool. All right. Let me see here. Bo No One Fan says, why do I think we haven't had GPT-5 for over a year? Is it graphics card supply issue from a career? How many years left for the average run-of-the-mill developer? We're going to need developers for a very long time. That's not going away. Anybody who tells you it is lying and has bought into the AI hype way too much. Why haven't we had GPT-5? Allow me to explain to you. the number the number of machines that are involved in running GPT-3 and GPT-4 is significant. There's some belief that the number of machines and processors necessary to run GPT-4 is so large that only Microsoft Azure can host it, because AWS and GCP don't have the capacity. OpenAI as a company has had tens of billions of dollars invested in it by Microsoft, and they burned through it quickly. Like in less than 2 or 3 years. Because the amount of processor that they're using. There's no GPT-5 because, first off, it's the concept and what they would need for that scale is not something that is going to improve things, is what they're theorizing. You're not going to see the same dramatic bump up. The cost to run that and see that bump up isn't there. It takes hours to render AI-generated video, and it's not great yet. And quite frankly, there's a lot of ethical challenges with AI-generated video. There's a lot of ethical challenges with that. AI-generated video of Robin Williams, right, an actor, a comedian who passed 5-10 years ago. Is that something that is ethical? AI-generated video of a political candidate saying things that they wouldn't normally say. Is that ethical? Why do you need AI-generated video? AI-generated images, animations, and assembling that in video yourself is going to save you a lot of time, and it's not going to cost as much as running a higher-end AI service. The cost is not, the cost benefit is not there. It's not. The capacity is not there. So, hey, GS Volt, how you doing there? Look, it says, looking to connect with the team at Microsoft because I'm slated to be the Windows client maintainer of an open source project, but I'm not sure which teams work on distributed file systems. Tell you what, GS Volt, talk to our friend Bald Bearded Builder. He can help get you pointed in the right direction, connected with somebody. You submitted anonymously to the conference, didn't vote for yourself, and you still got in. See, the only way I speak at conferences, for the most part, unless the conference organizers know me and invite me, for the most part, is it's my own conference. I get rejected all the time from VS Live. I get rejected all the time from NDC. That's fine. So, you wish .NET Conf didn't often collide with Veterans Day. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry about that. It's not intentional. AI stuff is helping getting through a long to-do list faster. Yes. So, billion is the new million. Graphics in games, there used to be massive changes every single year in GPU model. Totally. It's not... We're not seeing that incremental improvement anymore. Right? Like, what kind of resolution do you really need for a game? Folks complain about higher refresh rates. Okay. As gamers, that is. Some candidate recently used MLK's voice to endorse him. Yeah, that's awful. That's awful, Ravenborn. People wake up to the simple fact AI is a tool, simply a specialized program running somewhere. Think of AI more like a text calculator. That's really what it is. It's not thinking. It's a text calculator. You're pushing things for it to assemble. Ooh, that sounds good, Puka. Carnitas, tacos. Oh, man. Don't make me hungry there, friend. For AI, do I think the processing cost goes down linearly or exponentially? No. Processing cost goes up linearly. You don't get a bulk discount from Intel and AMD and NVIDIA when you buy more chips. You bought 1,000 processors. They don't give you a 2-for-1 discount on that. No. The processing cost does not go down. It goes up. because they can only create so many, and as you buy more of them, the demand goes up, which then means that the cost goes up. Yeah. So that's why NVIDIA stock is out of the world, because the demand for NVIDIA processors is crazy. That's why you're seeing other companies starting to open up their own processor forge so that they can build their own processors and avoid that supply cost. Aren't those NPUs much, much more performant? Not than GPUs. No. It's effectively a GPU that's mounted without all the graphics capabilities. Is effectively what it is. I'm dramatically oversimplifying. You showed our AI guru Olama running locally on your laptop, and the inference was decent. Yeah, Olama, the Phi model, works great locally for many text-based things. You can even have it do some image investigation and reporting. Is that enough for your applications and things? Maybe. Going and connecting everything up to use ChatGPT is like swinging a sledgehammer to swat a fly. How much data structure and algorithm have you had to learn to get .NET jobs? Not much. Did I have to learn it and apply it for jobs like Microsoft? Nope. I got hired to work at Microsoft because I can teach people, because I can speak to people, because I can put together great demos. Not because of what I can code. I'm a pretty face. It's funny. I'll share this. I had this discussion last night with our friend Imperial. You know Imperial. She does sewing and plays Sims and plays Overwatch here on the Twitch. I was in a meeting with some vice presidents from the marketing department a few years ago, and I had this set up, and I'm in the Teams call, and I've got this microphone and this voice on, and I was asked a question about .NET Conf, and I answered it and talked about how great our participation from the community was. We saw X% more viewers this year. It led to X% more downloads and folks interested in the product, and we saw this number of survey responses and so on and so forth. One of that VP's peers said, "Holy crow, what was that voice? We should have you doing some of our audio." Okay. Sure. You know where I work. You know my email address. Call me, because you're not going to have to pay me standard rate to do a read for Microsoft Cloud, Microsoft 365. I work here. So call me. Happy to do that. Never heard from him. So, like, I know that a number of folks tune in just to hear my voice. That's okay. I'm all right with that. So, after training the GPT for like 5 years, the query processing cost goes down since... No. Because there's always more content for it to consume. And quite frankly, now they're on the other side of having it chew through all the data on the internet. Now they're on the legal side. Now they're on the side where the processor doesn't cost anything. Now they're on the side where the lawyers cost. The lawyers to defend the content that you consumed. You legally had right to consume that data. Now they're into the legal questions about, should you have built a model on that content? It's the beard. Is it? I'm trying to let this grow a little bit further. I want to see just how ZZ Top I can let this go, like our friend Jester1147. How ZZ Top can I get that going? If they wanted to someone who can speak well or teach, shouldn't they have hired a college professor? I was a college TA. I did teach database at Penn State. I have the receipts for 2 semesters. I taught Oracle, and no one will forget Little Smokies. You saw a presentation on performance like a week ago. The speaker said, "Who even knows what a linked list is?" Yeah. Yeah. Hey, McNets. Hello. You tune in just to see which hat I have on? Don't make me change hats. I don't have... I feel like I've worn the ones that I have in the pile here next to me a lot. And I need to find some that I haven't worn in a while. Like, when I was digging this hat out of the bin, I stumbled across the Old Bay hat. I'm like, I could wear that one. Lawyers. Yeah. You ran into an actual issue a while ago. Wouldn't have wanted a circular linked list. You really would have wanted a circular linked list. Now, what? I didn't get the resub on Warm Peas. I didn't hear that one. Thank you so much. 17 months with us. How many developers does it take to create a linked list? Oh, man. Not all college professors are good teachers. True, Raventhorn. Very true. Hey, Cryophonic. Hello. You love how everyone in ZZ Top had a beard except the drummer, and that was Mike Beard, Dave Beard, Dan Beard. I forget what his name was, but yeah, his last name was Beard. So, yeah, Oracle was the database that we learned in 1998. SQL Server wasn't really a thing then because they were still in their partnership with Sybase. So Oracle was it was either Oracle or DB2 that we were going to teach, and Oracle was the one that decided to partner. Lawyers do ruin all the fun. How you doing there? The Rice Pilaf. Hello. How can we become speakers at .NET Conf? Well, there will be a call for content, an open call for content. Everyone's welcome to submit to. We're going to have that call for content go out. It usually goes out end of July. We'll have different sets of topics, ideas, technologies that we're looking for content on. If you submit, and I'm also going to make sure we include definitions there that these are the types of topics that the Microsoft team is presenting. If you submit these topics, they'll get rejected because the Microsoft program manager is giving that talk. Great example of this. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, Blazor with .NET 5 is coming out, and the Blazor team is giving the intro sessions. Can I tell you how many folks submitted an intro to Blazor talk as a community speaker? Like, don't get me wrong, you might have a great talk, but I've got the folks who actually built the product to give the talk. You could be Taylor Swift and you're going to sell it on a platinum album. That's great. But I've got the folks that are actually responsible for it. They're going to get the talk and not you. So, but giving the talk lessons learned from building my first Blazor app, totally, that's a great talk. Building and 10 tips for deploying your Blazor app to run on the internet, that's a great talk. Tell me more. I want to know about that. How to integrate AI with your Blazor application. Okay, tell me more. I want to hear more about that. When you're talking about presenting at .NET Conf, you need to appreciate that the folks who build the technologies that you're going to talk about are giving talks at the event. So you need to go slightly outside of the introducing types of talks. Advanced techniques in talk. You need to do the let me show you how to use this with that type of talk. Lessons learned, good architecture practices while building with talk. So you need to get just outside of those fundamentals concepts and discussions, okay? You would never get into Build or Ignite if those folks are talking there, because they're going to be preferred by the conference chair 9 times out of 10. The one time that it won't is when I was on the ASP.NET team. Here, rant number 2. Here we go, friends. Here comes the rant. I was on the ASP.NET team, and I was responsible for web forms. I submitted a collection of topics to Pluralsight to record, because I was already a Pluralsight author. I had 2 other talks. You can find my 2 other talks in the Pluralsight catalog. They're hidden at the bottom as expired and older at this point. But I submitted a handful of topics to record for Pluralsight, to record a screencast. And this was 8-9 years ago now. And I was the one responsible for, I was the program manager on the team responsible for those topics. Pluralsight declined me teaching those and instead had one of their regular presenters, regular authors, record and present my product. That was kind of a slap to the face, that a third-party company was telling me that I didn't have the knowledge or expertise or teaching ability to talk about my own product. That hurt. So, catching up here. Oracle has turned, in the past 15 years, has turned into a less than ethical company. Yeah, it was your DBMS course in college? Same. Yeah. Had to use data binding to create a carousel that looped back to the start if they nexted all the way around. Okay. I was not a Sybase fan either, High-Tech Redneck. No. But I very much appreciate what Microsoft took from the Sybase partnership, enhanced SQL Server, and made it into. Does my mic sound different? It does a little bit, yes. This is a new mixer, and I don't have the additional bass that I used to have dialed into the microphone. Community speakers should talk about themselves, their experience, learnings, and failures. Yes, that's a great point, Johan. Fantastic talks that we've had. Some of the best talks that we've had at .NET Conf aren't from the Microsoft folks. They're from folks in the community that did something off the wall, kind of crazy with the technology that was amazing to share and learn from. Cam Soper, before he was hired from Microsoft, he was hired at Microsoft. He did, no, we're not just chilling today. We're going to get into some code, but we've had some great discussions here. Cam Soper gave a talk at .NET Conf. I say at, but it's on. It's weird to say at. It's a virtual event. Whatever. He gave a talk about using .NET to power and manage sensors around his barbecue smoker. Okay. He gave another talk about using sensors and .NET around his smart house to manage his garage door and other things, and how he connected all that up. It wasn't anything new or revolutionary, but it was interesting to see how he used the latest .NET version to integrate with some of these things that we have every day, and then show and teach us how to think outside the box with those things. So we then had a talk another year, and it was somebody who automated managing the chemicals and sensors for their hot tub. Fantastic. That's a great topic to show something that's practical, that most folks who program with .NET or JavaScript developers who who program. We're typically building a website or an application, and it's forms over data. It's a form with some data behind it that gets saved to disk or a database somewhere or what have you. But to show it actually interacting with a real device and making a productive difference in somebody's life, that's pretty cool. I like that. It's interesting, it's unique, and it shows how, you know what, performance does matter for some of these things, because you're deciding to turn on and off burners on a grill, or you're deciding how much chemical to recommend is added to the hot tub or what have you. Really cool to see that type of thing. So ASP Ajax panel versus Blazor. You could have a talk about building an X11 proxy using .NET that's stable and secure. That sounds interesting. But it's X11. I mean, it's X11. All right, I was trying to get into TagsApp and get back into this. I really enjoy the discussion. Gosh, we've gone for more than 2 hours here. Blazor versus Angular. Blazor. Angular, the track record of Google supporting developers is not great. So there's the first problem. They've broken Angular a couple of times. And quite frankly, they don't care about giving you a path forward on it. But they don't care. They're sharing Angular with you that they use internally for different things. Google doesn't sell software. They don't sell software development tools. Publishing and making a framework available that folks use is a byproduct of them accomplishing their number one goal: selling advertising on the internet. That's how Google makes money. Blazor works in many different places, uses programming languages that are very common, uses C#. You can integrate and work with JavaScript if you need to, HTML and what have you. You can choose to run Blazor very easily on the browser, on the server, or any combination of them. So the flexibility and power available to you with Blazor is significant. So I would choose Blazor. Is Ajax still active? Yes. Blazor versus React? I would have the same argument about React and Meta. In fact, Meta stepped in it with the licensing of React a couple years ago. They're not interested in improving React for you. There are open source folks out there that have done things to go and improve and grow and make it more compelling. That's fine. That's great. At this point, React has reached such a critical mass that I would lean towards React because of that critical mass. How many folks use React? I think Blazor's going to catch it at some point, though. How much support does .NET have for embedded type stuff? Lots. Lots. Oh, yeah. Company built the client applications, quote, $3.5 million to update the client. Oh, boy. Playwright has videos for every new release. Yes, and my friend Debbie works on those. Great stuff. Very focused framework. A little bit more difficult to do when we try and keep up with building videos for every release of .NET and C#. Cryophonic asks, do you need JavaScript at all if you use Blazor? Yes, because Blazor does not and cannot touch the browser. It can work with the DOM, but it cannot work with the browser. Anytime that you need to say window dot or navigator dot in JavaScript in the browser, you can't do that in Blazor. Document dot, any of the things under document you can do with Blazor. Outside of that, you're going to need JavaScript to interact with. Yeah, they fragmented React pretty good. Any news about when we can expect Aspire support for Azure Functions? No news. Sorry. Nothing yet. And Azure Functions are going through a little bit of change right now. You hope Blazor catches up. Same. You met her at Tech-O-Rama? Oh, yeah. Just watched the TypeScript documentary and have to ask, is there any TypeScript used with Blazor? Oh, yeah. Lots. Yes, yes. Absolutely. Blazor will never have the same kind of critical mass as React, though. Because of the way the JavaScript community manages their technology and the behavior of the JavaScript community and the lack of wanting to go outside JavaScript, no, it's not going to reach that kind of critical mass. No. I don't think you'll see 3 million developers using Blazor. I don't think that's going to be a thing. Are you going to see... Hang on. Recount that. I don't think you're going to see 10 million developers using Blazor. You might see 3 million developers using Blazor. Got the numbers backwards. So, what monolith are we breaking up? Hey, barely usable. We're breaking up Tags app so that there's services for it, but we've been having some really good discussion here. What's this? Azure Function Support? Yeah. There's no news on this. There's lots of people talking about it. It's not a thing yet. So, yeah. Functions compute's going to be a while. Does Blazor support Tailwind? Sure. Absolutely. It's just a CSS package, so yeah. Blazor works with Bootstrap just fine. So, you had NPM packages with gigabytes of videos in them. Oh, isn't it awful? Yeah, videos in the package download. Yeah, people hijacking NPM. Yup. It's a thing. It's totally a thing. So, let's head over. Let's talk about Tags app. Let's see where it is. I don't remember how this is working at this point. Let's get this started and take a looky in here. There's one popular NPM package that added a like to a Twitter post about Hot Pockets. Right? Right? There's a number of Twitch streamers that have embedded their stream, embedded their live stream on wiki pages. And popular wiki pages, so that when folks go to those Wikipedia pages or other wiki pages, it dramatically pushes up the number of views they have, even though people aren't actually viewing the content. Here's Tags app. Searching for .NET, and okay, there's a breakpoint. I think the Twitch relay isn't working yet. That's where we left off, was getting that working. So we should bring that in and make it part of the Aspire collection we're running locally. Okay. Okay, let's get that working so that we can get Twitch chat loading into Tags app here. Regarding that critical mass, says Mythin, I don't think Blazor will hit it worldwide. No. No. .NET is a significant number of developers. Millions of developers use .NET. In order for Blazor to surpass the JavaScript developers, it's significantly more than the number of .NET developers we currently have. It's growing. We think Aspire is a great on-ramp to bring in more .NET developers, to encourage folks to check out and try .NET. It's not the end-all, be-all. It's not going to completely get us there. So, but it's an on-ramp. It'll help us. It might get us another 1 million developers in the next year or so. Nope, no .NET Watch. So where was I? Oh yeah, we want to get Twitch Relay into the Aspire collection here. There it is. And this is... Oh no. This is a functions app. I'm running face first right into what you were just saying. Okay. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Hey, why isn't that working? What? There it goes. Right, so there's a... No, what is it to run? There's a... Right, the runtime to run Azure Functions. Because I really don't want to rewrite... I don't want to write... I don't want to migrate the application. Can you encapsulate a Node.js Express app? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me a second here. So in app host, right? I don't have the hosting library. Developers. Hello, thank you, Miller Danilo. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. So add a .NET Aspire package. Come on now. It's not right there. Ah, there it is. I don't... Install. Yes. Yeah, I know. Right, so now I can say builder, add, node app. Right, I can specify the name, the path where it is, series of arguments to pass into it. So let's call this my node app. You know, there's some path to where the entry point is, but then I can add with endpoints here, so I can configure those various endpoints that it's going to be listening on and surface that to other applications in the system. So you absolutely can do that, yes. And that link will help you with some of that configuration. All right. I was over here trying to get Azure Functions running because what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and cheat and go around this. Because I know you can do add executable, and we can pass in the command and the working directory to get this started. So what I'm going to try to do is run the Azure Functions emulator locally and pass in that information that I need to get it started. And I thought... yeah, Azure Functions Core Tools. These. Why are they an NPM thing? Like, alright, fine. Here we go. And we'll get that installed and connected. Yep. Yes. Sure. Thank you. So once that's done installing, come on now. Yeah. Go ahead, do the thing. Right, I believe... No. Right, I should be able to just call func whatever, and it will start running. I don't see it. Yeah, here we go. Yep, there's the thing that I downloaded. Yeah, okay. Func in it. There it is. Func. There we go. So, func start. And run that in the root directory of the project. Let's give it a shot. Right? So if I go back over here, right, if I just say func, you don't know what that is. If I just say func, you do know what that is. You do know what that is. Ah, Chris! So now if I go to tags app and source, tags app, right, the Twitch relay. So if I just run func start right there, what's it do? Does that start up and do the things? Like, I probably need to specify ports here. Found? Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? Here we go. It's looking for a Redis connection that doesn't exist. More opportunity for us to dial up Aspire. So, hey Simon, hello. So, Digital Dummy, this is exactly the benefit that we're looking for from... What the heck is that? From Aspire and breaking up this monolith, is the ability to start and run and debug these individual pieces and run them as an entire application system locally as well, to make that developer experience easier, better for folks to work with. So there's a... Yeah. Okay, so I know my entry point here to get this thing started. I'm trying to stop you. You say you exited, but you're not doing anything for me. All right, so if I go over here, right? So let's create something. I'll call it Twitch Cache. I don't know. Sure. That sounds good. That sounds good. I need my Redis cache for that because I'd like to get it connecting. So I'm going to add another Aspire package. And man, when it's got the filter on there, I'd really like it. So I'd like it not to wipe things out. So I want Stack Exchange Redis. Yep. Okay. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Oh, no. I want hosting Redis. I grabbed the wrong one. Darn it. All right. Fine. So back up here, let's remove this one. There we go. And back over here. So now, there we go. Yeah, let's call it Twitch Cache. That works for me. Yeah. And I'll pass in information about that into my Azure functions and rewrite them so that it can consume that data coming in. But this is, by breaking this up, the big things that we have going on in here are the social media providers that run as hosted components, hosted services for this. So listening to an Azure queue and going and getting messages every few seconds is something that I can push outside of my website. And now my website is doing less work because it's not running this hosted service to check an Azure queue every so many minutes. Same thing with Twitch chat, right? So Twitch chat is a perfect example of this, where Twitch chat is going to start up a Twitch chat provider. And that provider has hanging in here, where is it? Has a Twitch chat client hanging in here that it's going to start up right there. That sets up a TCP client to listen to the Twitch channel that we want to mine data out of. Having this as a hosted service listening in the background of the website takes processing away from the website being able to render and deliver content. This is a service that I don't necessarily need to scale. However, I do need to make it resilient. So if it does fall over, I don't want it taking the rest of the website with it. If it does crash for whatever reason, I need it to be able to restart. So moving this into its own service will allow me to put some of those reliability checks around it, as well as monitoring, health checks, durability in my connection and fetching and getting data from there, and make this more reliable. In the future, when Tags app becomes something that we want to have run multiple channels, I can scale this by just creating more instances of this thing. Creating more instances of it when it's isolated as a service, and it's just, hey, start up another container because now we're going to monitor the Bald Bearded Builder channel. We're going to monitor the Visual Studio channel in addition to the C# Fritz channel. Well, I can run 3 of those services for as long as those channels are running. Piece of cake. Doesn't take very long and to start up and run those, and I get the interaction, and when they're done broadcasting, shut down the container. Piece of cake. So it gives me that flexibility to start and stop components of my architecture and scale those components of my architecture. The big thing that Aspire is giving me, though, is, as you're seeing, there's many pieces that are necessary to start up and coordinate and run Tags app locally as a developer. Well, let's give you one entry point that starts all those things in a reliable way and allows you to debug into all the various pieces from one entry point, one set of tools, one contiguous development experience. Simon says, am I doing the fudge then thing in Aspire by running the CLI tool? Yeah. Yep. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking here is I'm gonna fake it out. So it also lets you redeploy the web app without interrupting the processing. That's more of an Azure I see what you're saying. I can update the web app without interrupting the various services. Yes, totally agree. or the other way around. The web app can keep running and I can update one of those other services, right? And it'll swap out the container that's running those services and the web app keeps processing. Yeah, right? That flexibility of having those features isolated, being able to scale and update independently of the running application, of the endpoint that we as users interact with, is extremely powerful for us. So it's going to be more like a microservice architecture. There are some tenets of microservice architecture that folks that are more dogmatic about their architecture will complain that I'm not going to do. Somebody who's very dogmatic about microservice architecture would say that putting that Twitch chat client, putting this into a microservice, right, into its own standalone service, is not a microservice because it doesn't have its own database. To that I say, no, you're not thinking about this like a real service. Because what this is doing is it's taking things out of the Twitch data store that is chat. And it's transforming it and putting it into my data store and sending notifications to those folks who want to consume it. To that end, I'd say it's very much a microservice, but I don't want to get into that argument with some of those dogmatic folks. So you don't lose memory state for two unrelated business functions. Exactly. And that's where things like Service Bus come in to make things interesting, because you can persist things into Service Bus that get written to disk between those running processes, so that if there's a service that is generating and putting entries into a queue or into a topic that Service Bus is managing, and it stops for a few seconds because there's a new version deployed and the old version bleeds off and stops while the new version comes up, there's a changeover there in how it's putting things into the Service Bus or how it's consuming things from the Service Bus. So what? Whatever's generating and putting things in the Service Bus is still putting things into that queue or that topic. And processing for them continues just the same. The thing that happens to be consuming takes a second or two longer to continue processing. So what? Yeah, and happy to have those discussions, Bastis CL97. Happy to have those, because that's how we learn, right? These are good things in architecture to figure out how they fit together. A microservice is a program that has its own unique scaling needs. It could potentially be a bottleneck. Totally. But you can scale it horizontally or vertically. I can throw more processor at one running process. I can throw more memory at it. Or I can have that one process that one application that's running on one processor with a gig of memory, and I could run 10 of those on 10 processor, each on one processor, for a total of 10 processors and a total of 10 gig of memory. I can do that. Becomes very easy then for me to say, you know what, I don't need all of these. Let's half the size of that and knock it down to 5. Sure. So the ability of the monitoring and Aspire to surface the metrics you need and drain a node is an added bonus. Totally. Or it could be tweaked to do the same thing faster. Sure, you could tweak and add additional threads to run that way. Sure, you can absolutely do that, right? And that's the advantage of choosing C# or Java to build this type of service. Go and Rust, because they have multi-threaded capabilities. For folks that are in JavaScript, TypeScript world, you're in single-threaded land. You need to start more containers to do the same thing. So you have options. Which one works best for you? So, take your pick. All right, where was I? So I was here. So let's call this Twitch Relay, right? Okay. So I have to give this a name. I'll call this Twitch Relay. That's the name that'll appear on the user interface. The command that we're going to pass is we're going to call func, because there's arguments we're going to pass there. The working directory is going to be tags app. Do I need to put an @ in front of that? Twitch Relay. I think so. And then the argument we're going to pass in is start. I don't know if that's right. We're going to give it a shot. This might find that. I don't think it will. So I'm going to need to pass in the location, and I think I have that. Multiplexer connect there. Configuration options parse. Get environment variable cache. Don't mind if I do. So I think we can do that. So what if I say, I could do with reference, but I think what I can do that'll make it even easier is I can say, right, I don't think it's quite that. I think it's just with environment. Yeah, okay. And it's not connection string. It's not publish. I think I want to say resource. I think that's it. Just get connection string, right? That might be it. Or just connection string expression? Maybe? Let's see what happens, right? Let's give it a try. We're learning something here. So our goal is to try and get the Twitch Relay started and have it connect and use a Redis cache that we're going to launch inside a container. Let's see what happens. Yeah, AZD is very much still learning CI/CD. That's very much a thing starting. Okay, that failed to start. That's fine over here. Let's see what's in the log. There's nothing in the log. Okay. What did it pass over here? All right. So it was in tags app source. That's the right location. Right? Over here. I thought you stopped. You're mocking me. Okay, fine. Now I close you. Tags app source. Tags app. Twitch relay. Right? Tags app source. Twitch app. Okay, good. And it passed in a cache environment variable, and that's not right. That's not right. Can I just do that? And there should be an error over here. There we go. Func, executable file not found in path. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. Let me restart Visual Studio so that I installed the functions tools after I started Visual Studio, so let me restart so that we get the new environment variables. Do I know if anyone has an example of putting an API gateway in front of this type of architecture? Would the gateway itself need to be another node in the Aspire app host? API gateway is something that's outside of something you'd be doing locally. So, no, I don't have an example of that yet. And I wouldn't put it in Aspire app host. Now let's see if it finds the function and starts up and see what we get. Come on. Come on. I want to see that run right here. No errors. There it is. Look at that. Okay, okay. What do we got here? Details. What did it pass in for the cache? That's right. Okay. Okay. So let's look at the logs for that. Hey. Look at that. So I'm running Azure Functions in the emulator locally on localhost 7071. But that's the HTTP host. I want it running on the HTTPS host. Right? Because I have... here. It's not in local settings. I thought it was 7072. I want to have it answer on HTTPS. So this is good. This is pretty cool. Okay, okay. So let's close that. Go back over here. Let's run func help. And there, use HTTPS. There we go. Do I need cores? I might need cores. But we need to pass a use HTTPS argument. And we can do that in app host, right? So we're adding the executable. There we're running func. Use HTTPS. Oh man, this is such a hack and I love it. Right? This is such a hack that shows that with a little ingenuity, you can get anything working with this. Let's give that a try and see. Do we also have to set up the HTTP endpoint? We might have to set up the HTTP endpoint. Let's take a look. Because, see, the endpoint isn't exposed there, but func start, use HTTPS. Ah, darn it! It crashed. Come here. Come here. Show me the logs. Oh no. And auto cert generation is currently not working on the .NET Core build. Okay. So we need to do these two things. Fine. So do that. No. I forgot the dollar in front. Pinky, you fool! No. Because I'm not running as admin. Right, here's one of those times where you need to run as admin. Right? Windows Terminal, run as admin, yes. Because I'm creating a certificate. And I need to export it. You. What? I need a password? Foo. Okay. Sure. Now what? Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. And turn on the development certificate. I don't mind running that one, but I think it's already there. Successfully trusted. Let's try restarting and see what happens then. Right? Restart. I think it forces HTTPS only. Let's see what happens. Oh, and I also have to set up the port. There it is. It says it's running. No. So I exported it. What, do I have to import it? I mean, I guess I have to import it, right? Welcome to Certificate Import Wizard. Yes, put it on the local machine if you don't mind. Yeah. Type the password. Faux. Sure. Yep. Put it in the right place. Go. Import was successful. Was it? Was it, though? Let's see. Restart. Here we go. And configuring the certificates on a Linux machine is tricky. Like, you have many choices. Ah, darn it. Nope, doesn't like it. I created it, I imported it. Doesn't like it. All right, we'll go back to HTTP. Like, but I think, do I need with endpoint? It's not 5,000, it was 7071. There's a callback on that. No. Just the port. I can pass. Is external true? I think that'll work. No, it's not generating a new cert. Come on now. So there it is running. $70.71. Okay, okay. It's not showing me the endpoint. So there's that. System admin providers. There we go. Twitch chat. Click. 7082 is where it's trying to go to. I can fix this. That's not going to get anywhere. Because you're supposed to prompt me there. Really? Where's my... I'm trying to show the things. No. It was 7071 and it wants 7082. It's not. No, I wanted to show me the parameters and it's not. Do that. See if we can get connected there. Now that I have 7082 routed. I hope I have it right and it's not the other way around. I might have it backwards. We can give it a name. Sure, give it a name. Scheme, sure, HTTP. Give it a name. Functions. I think I have these two ports backward. I think the target is the internal and the external is that. But once again, coming to things that would be nice to kind of wrap up and put into an external method so that it's very clear I'm just adding the functions app here and it's configuring. But man, is this a hack. It's not showing the endpoint. Right, there it is. 7071, okay. So now if I go back over and go to the website, system admin, providers, Twitch chat, click to log in. Yes, I know. Come on back. And it's HTTP 7082. So if I go over here, we go 7082. No. Maybe I did have it right the first time. I might have had it right the first time. It's... Is external true? That should work. Hey, Dr. Mumba. I don't need HTTPS for this scenario, but I appreciate the research. Yeah, I tried to use HTTPS and it was grouchy. There it is. And it's not clear that it's exposing the endpoint. So if I go here, can I try going HTTP localhost 7082? You can reload. I promise I won't bite. Reload. Logs. So what happens if I go there? No. This one. Okay, it doesn't get there. But if I change it to 7082, it's not getting there either. Do I need to force the HTTP? You turkey. No. Doesn't get to either one. Okay. For detailed output, run it with the verbose flag. I think I will. Just because we can. I think these are backwards. I think that's supposed to be 82 and that's supposed to be 71. I think they are. Let's see. Hey, Ediron, welcome. Hello. Let's see what we get here. Because this would be quite the hack. Right, here it is starting. There's Azure Functions. Okay, so if I try to go to that, that does respond. Right? It didn't return anything, but it responded. Yeah. So now what happens if I change that to, and I don't know why it didn't return anything. I'm not going to lie, I don't know why. There's a reason why, I don't know. 7082 is not responding. So maybe I did have it right the first time. Status 404. Yeah, because those things don't exist. There's get login. Oh, if it doesn't have a return to. Okay. I'm okay with that. Like, I know why it's not. It returns a bad request. That's fine. So now let's go and where I think these should be. Right? Scheme should be HTTP. Right? I think that's right. No, the function does not. Yeah, well, we've been playing with Aspire a bit, Adiron. Yes, yes. And we're hooking it up here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, okay. So now if I try and go to that, it hangs because, right, it's an address that nothing's actually on. But if I go to 7082, close that. No, still nothing. If I say, ooh, wait a sec. Return to equals bing.com. No. That's not connecting through. With HTTP endpoint. Okay, let's try that. And I've lost that loving feeling. Whoa. That loving feeling. Port. So do I make that 7082, 7071? Try that. Hey, Kaz, how you doing there? Can we use Aspire in production to do telemetry? Little bit of confusion in your question there. Aspire is a developer tool. It sets up configuration for things like telemetry in development. You can use that configuration that you've established the same way when you get to production. Yes, absolutely. So, just, I'm going to make sure that we get all clear on those types of things. Okay, so that, even though it's not showing me the endpoint, it told me it had an endpoint. So now if I try going to that, no. So let's flip-flop the ports and see if I just got the ports wrong. Right. The target port we're exposing is 7082. The internal port is 7071. I don't know. Let's see what happens. There was an error. Service producer annotation is invalid. Missing information about the port to expose the service. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Good to know. What else are you missing? Name, HTTP. Environment? What? I don't know. Let's say is proxied. True? Right, because we're proxying it from one port to another. Let's see what it says. Like, I get that I'm kind of flapping in the wind here trying to figure these things out. Could not create endpoint object. The service producer annotation is invalid. What would you like? What's the ENV then? I don't know. Try something different. What's the worst that can happen? I'm not breaking anything. I'm only working locally. Let's see what we get here. Hey, wait a sec. Does that go through? Does that go all the way through? In which case, I would say I have these backwards. I don't know which way is right and which one's wrong now. I'm just throwing numbers in here. I don't know. Seems pretty great if I had a chance to compare against other cloud-ready solutions like Coolify.io. I'm not familiar with Coolify. Self-hosting with superpowers. Open source and self-hostable Heroku, Netlify, Vercel alternative. Well, this isn't an alternative. Enabling you to launch static websites, APIs, backends, databases, services, and other types of applications. I'll have to take a look further. Yeah, I'm in research, and I've... Right, the train's going off the rails. I don't know what works and what doesn't at this point. Just hit the button. Let's see what we get. Oh, wait a sec. It moved over here. Ta-da! What's the error it's reporting here? Could not determine host address and port for container port DB server. Object not found. Okay, I think that's a one-time startup thing. I'm not gonna get annoyed with that, but there's 7082. So API. Get login info, right? Return to equals bing.com. Don't think it's working. No. If I change that to 7071, there it is. There it is. Okay. So let's go back to here. What else do we have available to us? With external HTTP endpoints? No. All right. Turn that off. See what happens. So close. So close. No, not on the whiteboard at all. No. Right, so there it is, 7082. Right, there's the website running. If I go to 7082, right, what was it? Get log API, right? Get login URL. Return to equals bing.com. That didn't work. That didn't work. HTTP, that shouldn't be searching. API, get login URL, return to equals bing.com. No. Did it? Yeah, it didn't even get here. Yeah, the API line was getting jibbled. Getting twisted there. Where's the 7071 coming from? Is that a port I can configure there? You can go away, my friend. Func help. Is that an argument I can pass in? Yes. Let's do that. Let's just do that and force it instead of going through all this nonsense garbage. Right? Instead of HTTP endpoint 7082, it's going to be the same target port. If I just delete all that, I can do that, right? So I'm going to pass -- port 7082. Could I get more help throwing some console logging at it? Totally. But I think we want to eventually get to open telemetry. That didn't set up the endpoint. But 7082. So, now let's go to this one. Okay. System admin, providers. I'm feeling good about this one, chat. I don't think it exposed 7082. HTTP. Foo. Just do that. Just do that. See. I think we've got it. Ooh. Ooh, what's this? Oh my goodness. It wasn't me. No. Aspire hosting orchestration. I broke it. Restart. I broke it. So DCP is the developer control plane. It's kind of the the internal Kubernetes instance, if you will, and I'm strongly using quotes there, air quotes, that Aspire runs on locally. No. Hang on. There was something different it returned. Cannot be proxy when both target port and end port are the same, so I have to say proxied false. You go away. Go away. Is proxied false. Show me. Okay. Right. Okay. Return to equals bing.com. Doesn't matter. It might work. Sysadmin, customization. No, not customization. Providers. Twitch chat. Click the login. Yeah, go on back. We're getting there. We're getting there. Missing parameters. This is good. It's not great, but it's good. Because inside the relay, I should have logging on this, shouldn't I? .404, get login URL executing executed. It got a 200 request there. But I'm on 7082 on Twitch callback. I'm in here. So I can't debug into this. Oh yeah, we've got issues, but we've gone from, we have no way to run this, we've got to run it outside of Aspire, to Aspire manages it and runs it now. Theoretically, I could attach the debugger because it's just another process out there. Theoretically. Right, so this is functions Twitch callback. Here. Error while connecting to Twitch, invalid request. So that's me that's generating that because we got an error returned. Missing parameters. Okay. Before I go too much further, I'm going to start a little bit of a commit here. Started integrating Twitch Relay with Aspire. This is an interesting bit of exploration that we're doing here, right? And it shows that Aspire can run and work with anything. So this is... Where is it? There's the route it's listening on. That's it. Yeah. And here it's trying to get the access code for the Twitch user. Okay. Yeah, so I have a way to recover. I've got some progress. What now? And it clearly had a client ID and a redirect URI. Right? It wrote that string into the response. Look at that again. Get login URL, return to equals bing.com. Redirect URI is API Twitch callback and a state. Response type equals token. And it's looking for chatbot permission. Okay. Right, so if we just go there. Yeah. Authorize. I know what that is. I know what that is. We need to restart. It cached the location. I did get a token back from Twitch, but it was trying to redirect me to go to Bing. So there it is. Providers. Right. Coming back. That is saying... Oh, it's not passing a redirect URI. That's why. The redirect URI this is generating is not there on the provider screen here. No. Oh, we're so close. Because there's nothing in the config for the relay URI. No, there is. Hang on. The return to. This isn't generating thing. What? Put a breakpoint on that, John. That we can breakpoint. The return to is not the correct one. Yeah, there is, Eric, and it's the wrong address is what we're seeing. Right? So we click into here. System admin providers. Come on, load up. Right, there's the navigation manager. Base URI is correct. So the return to URI, that's correct. Localhost admin Twitch relay. So the Twitch relay URL return to is correct. That's still correct. Yes. So it's getting the login URL. There's the login URL. The redirect URI is not set in the login URL coming back. So that tells me it's the what is configuration Twitch redirect URI? Got to go off screen. That should be coming back in there. Why isn't it getting it? Let's add the configuration. Let's hard code it. I don't mind that. Go and so this configuration value right here is coming back null. So let's force that in app host, right? Because we already did that environment variable right there. And this is Twitch redirect URI. I don't want an output, I want a value. Yeah. So can I just do localhost 7082 API Twitch callback? I think that's it. Let me double check. Let me double check. Yeah. That's right. Oh. Forgot to close that. Here we go. All right, so give that a shot. We're about a half hour from the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up. I'm going to be joining our friend John Galloway, and we're going to talk about Aspirify.net and building a real application that runs on the web. So there it is. So if I try going to that address and yeah, return to equals don't tinker with it. Provider. I clicked you. Oh, it's loading that. So the login URL returned. Yeah, the redirect URI is empty. It's empty. It doesn't make sense. That part right there is coming up empty string. It's getting the client ID. I'm going to hard code that, John. Where'd it go? Like, this isn't the way to do this. It's totally not the way to do this. But I'm hard coding it. Am I going to raid over there? You betcha. Mr. Galloway. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. Check. Are you ready for this, John? You ready for this? I'm running Azure Functions inside of Aspire. I'm breaking the rules. Don't tell Fowler. And providers. Let's see if we can get it working this time. So it's going to break while it's trying to formulate that. Put a break down there. That's where I really want it. It's still not there. Hang on. It's not added twice. Give me that. Rebuild that one. Okay. Run it. It's a secret. Shh. Don't tell Fowler. If Fowler finds out, I'm going to be in trouble. No, I don't know. Sounds good. There it is running. Okay. Back over to resources. Back to the real site. System admin, providers. No, it's getting dropped. This is going to get login URL. And it should be returning that ID Twitch TV OAuth to authorize client ID. It's really small. I apologize. And the state is a GUID that it'll go look up stuff. How is it dropping that? Go ahead, let it go. So the URL it created there doesn't have the value on it. But if I go up here and we navigate directly to it, there's my Azure functions. API, get login URI, return to equals bing.com. Really? Get login URL, not URI. Fool! There it is. And it has a redirect URI. It's just echoing, and I've hard-coded it at this point. It's not creating a bad request. I'm just returning, here's the address that you need to go log in with. Right, and that's not anywhere else. No, that's it. That's it right there. And I just rebuilt it. Do I have a logger here that I can use? I do. Generating login URL to return to redirect. Introduce local. Yes. Let's call this redirect URL. Completed URL, and it is redirect URL. Show me what you got in there, friend. Yeah, the callback details are in it. Can I debug the function app? I could. I'd be running it separately. Add an assertion in there. Sure. Options. These are all options. Here comes the rain again. And there we go. All right. So there's the logs for the relay. I'm going to go here. Open up the logs. All right. System admin. Providers. Does not have a URI. Let's go back to the log. It didn't call that. The logger didn't log anything. Hey there.
Bald-bearded builder just resubscribed for 50 months. Wait a minute. I thought I cancelled at 49 months ago.
Sorry.
Kappa.
No. You're gonna have to go back 49 months and fix that. I have a DeLorean I can loan you if you'd like. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the resub, and I'll make another donation to a tech charity. I have to re-identify. So, much appreciate the support. I don't think it's rebuilding this. Not that. This. I don't think it rebuilt it. You bet you canceled the chicken stream. The chickens! What happened to the chicken stream? Are they still out there? Like, there was a time early in the life of the Live Coders stream team where we were all complaining in general chat about the Watch the Chickens live stream because we were all in the science. Restart that. We were all in the science category, and the ducks were there too. And the chickens were always getting more views than us. We're like, what are we supposed to do here? That's still out there running. Stop. I forget the name of the chicken stream, but you could donate bits to feed the chickens and move the cameras around. It was a lot of fun. All right. So if I click through to providers, didn't log anything. So where's this running? That's not logging anything either. Get login URL didn't return anything. It was never called. Right? There it is. Our chicken life, that's it. Yeah, probably paid for the feed. And must have had kids coming by to take a look all the time. Don't need that one. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need that. It's this one. Take a look at that. Right, is it even going to the same place? That's going to production. That's going to production. Okay. So we need to change that value coming into the web application. Here. Oh, man. And it's that value. And it's HTTP localhost 7082. So back here, I had that pulling, right? Configuration. What's the configuration key that we're passing? Because it's going, it was connecting out to the production location and it was the wrong place. Yeah, it's being called never. Okay. So there's the logs, system admin, providers, Twitch relay URI 7082. The return to is that. Now it's got the right redirect URI. And if we go over to the log, there it is in the log. Right? And realistically, I would like to get that exported so that the right, so that those flow into the rest of the dashboard. So, oh man. Okay, so now if I go back to Twitch chat, that's the correct URI, so click that. Yes! It took me 2 days to do this. So now if I go back in here, there's Twitch chat. It's connected. There's the channel name. Enable it. Save. The little save gimmick probably appeared way up top. And now it's activated. So if I don't have moderation turned on, yes, turn on moderation. And I think I have to restart because I changed moderation. That should be something that it just does. But there's Mastodon. Yeah, got it done right in time. Now didn't load. I think I need to restart it now that I have it actually configured. So this is another one of the shortcomings that you had to restart once you set configuration. Okay. So we are about 5 minutes from raiding into the ASP.NET community stand-up, where I'll be joining John. Nope, moderation didn't pop up. Moderation. It's not going to because the JavaScript didn't load there. There it is. Now it saved it. There it is. Show me the providers. There we go. There's Twitch chat and Mr. Galloway initializing it for us. Look at that. Look at that. That took way too much work. That took way too much work. And in fact, DGen1's message didn't pop through. That might be SignalR. Yeah. Okay, so there's a known issue with SignalR. With Aspire that it doesn't know how to connect back right. It right, you can that's Fav icon. But the connection for the SignalR WebSocket it's not showing me the messages here. The SignalR WebSocket doesn't... Is it this one? No, that sure looks like it's working. Aspire and Blazor Server are absolutely working, and I'm actually navigating around. But there's something here that it's not pushing that message. It's not connecting with the client properly. So, but if I refresh, right, I'm outside the SignalR push, and it gets the content. Another bug to fix. Right. But really happy to get that working. Now working properly with the local Azure Function app. So, could it be auto-paused? I mean, if I take the pause off, it's not getting... When pause is enabled, the messages go into a in-memory queue in the user interface. It's right. We're not getting messages here at all. Right? Like, hey, I received a message, and it's just ping. It's not actually getting through, and we don't know why. Right? No, I don't want to show all tabs. I want to... Right, and it's just more ping and ACK. So, this is a known thing that we're going to have to go through and fix, and I'm happy to have reached a point where, I mean, think about what we've accomplished here. We got Aspire talking to an Azure function to return data by setting it up as an executable. Oh man, that's so good. And it really shows just how flexible Aspire is to let us do more of this. I need to wrap things up because we're going to get ready to join our friend John Galloway and the ASP.NET community stand-up. And this guy's going to be a guest. So let me wrap things up here. I committed my code to source control. You can find it out there in my branch of TagsApp. So if you go to TagsApp on GitHub and you wander down into my repository, my personal repository, you'll see this work that I was working on. it is going to give someone a fun day of debugging. You are correct. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. Yes, this stream is over, but the trolling of Jeff isn't. So I'm going to set up and raid over to the Visual Studio channel. If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/.net will get you out there so you can see us as we continue the conversation. All right? I'll see you over there on the Visual Studio channel on Twitch or on youtube.com.net. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care. Test.
Well, all right. Welcome to the ASP.NET Community Stand Up. Well, all Today right. I'm joined. Welcome to the ASP.NET by Jeff Fritz, who is just Today I'm joined for a long time by Jeff rating on the switches for a long time. But I'm going to start while he refreshes his water. And I'm going to start community while he refreshes his water. So let's go. Community links. So let's go out and out. Awesome. Awesome. Hooray, Jeff. Awesome. Very excited. Hooray, Jeff.
It's awesome. Like you saw me sitting down and... It's like you saw me
so there was just a party going on Jeff's Twitch stream. So there was... How long were you coding for over there? You're getting...
4 hours.
4 hours. Oh, my God.
And I think... I think it was actually productive. We didn't get a lot done, but we figured out something cool. We can talk about that more.
I mean, that a lot of the time, it's like you spend hours coding to get like a few characters fixed, you know, find that semicolon or whatever.
Oh my gosh,
it's like, oh, now we know what's going on. Okay, I have to give a shout out to our friends around the world. We've got Ron, we've got Argentina.
Awesome.
We've got Norway, we've got Ghana, we've got France. I mean, it blows my mind every time. Malawi, India.
Very cool.
I mean, Portugal. I just.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I've got a few community links I want to get sharing, and I want to make sure we got enough time to show off all your cool stuff. Let me share the.
Let's do it.
links are in the description. They're in the chat, and they're also right here. So don't you worry. Okay, let's go. So first of all, oh my goodness, can we take this survey?
Have I tried email subscriptions today?
So,
Okay.
which is pretty cool. You can do that. You can get email subscriptions if you want on the blog. I'm on the .NET blog all the time because I help do the back end stuff to get these posts published. So David Pine has done this really cool 4-part series on C# 12. And we strategized about this, and he was really excited to do this, like a series on stuff you can actually use in your code. This is default Lambda parameters in C# 12.
Okay.
Yeah. So as example here, we've got like, this is showing the before case. We've got an increment and a source, and here he defaults the increment to 1. And so just being able to set your defaults in your Lambda parameters really kind of simplifies your code. And then I love this case where he shows off in a minimal API. So here he's got the classic weather forecast minimal API.
Yeah.
He does a small refactor on it, where he changes it to pass in the number of days for the forecast.
Sure.
And defaults at 5, right? So now, just by doing that simple refactor, and this maps so nicely to the minimal API kind of style, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now he's able to just say, okay, it defaults to 5, but we can pass as many days in as we want. So just one of those nice little kind of features. And up at the top of this post, we've got the link to the other ones in the series. So just great series to wrap up. And thanks again, David. These are so cool.
Just cool uses of the new features that have been introduced in the language over the last 2 years, 3 years.
Yep. Yeah. And I love to, I will use Copilot and, like just kind of do those refactors once, go through and just kind of simplify things. And the refactoring is built right into Visual Studio too.
Oh, yeah.
So just a few other neat posts here. This is one on building generative AI apps with .NET 8. A lot of cool stuff rolling out lately on AI with .NET and .NET 8. And so this is just how to get started, docs, quick starts, semantic kernel. So just, and then, even in here, like showing monitoring, this is a really nice, we're going to be talking about Inspire today.
Oh, yeah.
But being able to, AI apps use their distributed apps. And so, being able to use Aspire to kind of pull that all together and understand it is really nice. Cool.
I want to use some of that stuff with a chat bot that I have running over on my Twitch channel that detects the hats I'm wearing.
Yeah.
I think it's a hop skipping away from being able to implement it, and I just need to spend some time investigating.
Yeah. Cool.
Speaking of OpenAI,
from the .NET, well, actually I have 2 more, but one more here is this the official OpenAI library for .NET. So we've had some community built ones, which is awesome, but we also had people really requiring, hey, we need an official supported from the OpenAI and .NET team, something that's like official supported thing. And so this is announcing that. So this is the official library, and of course there's other ones from community, which is really cool. But if you need the official maintained supported one, that's available now.
Yeah, a lot of regulated industries, enterprises that need to limit their liability. They want something that's signed off, that's approved, that has support behind it, and lawyers behind it too. This is the one. Yeah.
Yep. There's actually a 2-part series. I don't know if you use DevToys.
I don't, but I've heard a lot about this.
Yeah, so DevToys is, I'll pop over to it's just a bunch of neat little things. I feel it's like Windows Power Toys for developers. So it's kind of like encoders, decoders, compressors, converters, just all those little things that you're constantly going and going, okay, I've got this in, JSON and I need to stringify it or whatever. So, so it's got some really cool little, just things to help you get your job done. And they had a lot of people requesting for them to go multi-platform. And what they ended up doing was it's kind of an interesting, and this post has the whole kind of journey where they looked at all these different approaches, how they could do it. They ended up it's a Blazor hybrid app, but then they very much customize it because they wanted it to work on Linux. They wanted specific behaviors. They wanted to continue using their WPF code with .NET, and so they basically have Maui to do kind of the multiplexing of the UI, and then they kind of on each one they end up with, so they have the UI on Windows is using WPF, on Mac is using AppKit, so it's a Blazor WebView, and then on Linux they're using GTK host. So it's interesting hearing, and for people trying to figure out what they want to do.
I feel like Blazor hybrid with .NET Maui is really undervalued as a target for developers to go and use and consume and reach so many different places easily. We really need to figure out a way to make sure that more folks are aware of it and can get in there, because, man, as a web developer, I love being able to just move things and it works in all these different places.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love, it's one of those things where it's like, I like that I can take my C# skills everywhere. When I need to then learn too much UI stuff on top of that, then that slows me down. But it is great, like you're saying, to be able to use web dev skills and build desktop apps. It's like, oh, that's awesome.
Okay. Yeah.
One other thing Johan's pointing out here too. Let's see, scroll down the row as I click on it. It says DevToys v2 is extensible with NuGet packages.
Oh.
So people can extend it as well, create plugins and stuff. So pretty neat. Cool. All right. One other thing, we were just chatting about this yesterday. This was in .NET 9 Preview 5. They added some really cool new features, and one of them is static web asset delivery.
Mm-hmm.
We had Javier on the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up last week talking through it, but a lot of these neat features are rolling out, and this static asset delivery includes things like setting e-tags, compression, just doing all the kind of smart web delivery stuff by default. It's so like the way it sets the e-tags, the way it sets the cache expiration, it's all configurable, but it does kind of the right stuff by default, which is really cool.
There's 2 or 3 NuGet packages out there that have some of these features, and quite frankly, from our discussion yesterday, I was saying that I've cobbled this together from these few different resources, but it's so much better to have a unified single place to go that's actually part of the framework that's going to do this the right way, instead of potentially competing libraries that are overwriting each other's resources and what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and to have it work really smoothly at the middleware and the kind of base level, so that it'll work with your Blazor apps, it'll work with your MVC, Razor pages, kind of any static apps. And then he was talking too about how you're basically treating your static assets as endpoints, and so it allows other things too, like this handles the caching, but also things like authorization or things like that on the static assets too, which is interesting. Okay. We had a cool post here from Aaron talking about Postgres with .NET and Entra, and he's